Hi, what's up, everybody? All right, so I'm trying to remember where we left off. I know that we were trying to do some like reverse engineering of OBS Ninja. I think that's where we left off. Potatoes, how's it going? Oh. So I think that's probably nice you went online. I have to go out and your company will be helpful. What do you mean? You're like out of work? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so I think I might continue trying to do. I do that sometimes too, like when I'm in the car. I'll turn on, like, rather than a podcast, I'll turn on somebody's stream. Even though I can't like actively watch what they're doing, I can still kind of listen in and things like that. So I think what I might try to do is pick up where I left off last week with the reverse engineering of OBS Ninja, or at the very least, like trying to set up our own WebSocket signaling protocol for doing things. And so I'm sort of torn as well about how far we integrate this in, because it's going to require so much refactoring that there's a small part of me that's kind of debating on whether or not to just build a small GStreamer pipeline that takes WebRTC and then sends it out over RTMP. So it would introduce latency though. All right, let's see if we can find what code I was getting into last week. I think it was under the GST examples, right? I think we were messing with here. I think we were modifying this and trying to see whether we could get it to join, I think. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's what we were trying to do last week, was trying to see if we could get this to join a OBS Ninja session. Who's blowing me up? I don't know. Mr. Demon Wolf, how's it going? So right now, I can't. When did I last stream? Was it Wednesday? Because I think I missed Thursday, and then I didn't stream Friday. We can activate more Clippy lints for fun. You're going to use OBS Ninja for a podcast. Nice. Yeah, I just want to like reverse engineer the signaling protocol that it has, so that we can get like our GStreamer pipeline to join a OBS Ninja session. Microsoft Teams just added NDI support. Yep. Yeah, so NDI is really, really awesome. Mateus, how's it going? Oh, yeah. Everybody, too. I got this beautiful new thing, too, on Friday. So NDI is... It's from this... it's a proprietary kind of protocol written by this company called Teletech. But what it actually does is it will take whatever video, like if you're grabbing from a camera or from your screen, and it will drop it onto the network in raw kind of packet form. and it'll multicast it out using MDNS, and that allows another computer to pick it up. And it's really efficient that way, but it uses up a lot of bandwidth, so you can only use it locally, and of course MDNS only works locally anyway. So that's basically what NDI does. So NDI inside of Teams or Skype, what that does is it allows you to take all of the individual participants and then drop their feed onto the network as a multicast stream. And then you could have OBS grab those NDI feeds as an input, and then you can do stuff with them. Where do I get one? Oh, one of the Moonlanders? That's from here. There's a long waiting list for them. I bought mine like 2.5 months ago or something like that. So I haven't, you'll notice, like, even if I turn this on, right, like, I'm not the Moonlander. I'm not typing on it right now. I'm still kind of setting it up because there's like interesting things with it that I'm figuring out, like where I want my space bar to be and where I want enter to be and things like that. But yeah, I've got like my layout up here that I was sort of tweaking this this morning. So this front layer is Dvorak, which I'm slowly experimenting with learning. But then I can switch. You'll notice the lights kind of turn green. This is layer 2 while I hold it with either one of these buttons. And so I get access to a number pad and media keys. And then I kind of have, if I do it with this hand, I have quick access to my. So I'm slowly expanding it. Here's layer 2, which gives me like kind of mouse control. And then I have kind of like a hotkey to like lock layer 3 in, which is QWERTY. It's sort of like bailing out from Dvorak. But I've slowly been kind of figuring things out and realizing that there's keys that I need that aren't easily accessible. So I haven't started using this as like my full-time layout yet. I figured nobody here wants to watch me fumble through Dvorak or typing. I mean, I suppose I could do a stream of just me trying to mess with the Moonlander and play with Dvorak, but I mean, if everybody just wants to watch me play with this keyboard in Dvorak, we can do that. Dvorak is like really interesting though. I've been playing with it a little bit over the weekend, and having like all my vowels right here is really handy. And like starting to mess with excuse me. Starting to mess with the fact of like just the number of words that you can type without ever leaving home row, or maybe coming up to the top row to borrow a letter. I have the money for it and only that. What do you mean? For the Moonlander? Yeah, the Moonlanders are really expensive, and I actually ended up replacing the keys too. So I ordered it with the cherry blues. I've never had blues before, and now I'm like, I don't really care for them. They're super light and they're very, very clicky. So I ordered all new switches that will be here someday. But I do really love this keyboard. It's gonna take some tweaking, but yeah, all of these like hyper and meh keys and all of that stuff are really, really interesting. But yeah, so I have like mine laid out this way. So I've got like my space tab, enter, and then I've got my backspace here so that when I'm typing, I can space or backspace just quickly with my thumbs. That's been pretty convenient. I need to remember where we left off with this. Wait a second. No, we must have been in another directory for our test, because this is still connecting to that. All right. It's in this temp directory, right? Nope, that isn't it either. All right, so where's the one that we started? I thought we, well here, I guess we could just do a get status. So what did we do to that one? Send, receive. Wait a second. So we're missing here, right? And I don't know what their turn server is, so I wonder if we have like an issue here too. So we need to figure out from OBS Ninja how they are handling turn, right? How was everybody's weekend? All right, I want to see if we... Okay, so we might be able to, it looks like if we use OBS Ninja, we might be able to actually pass in our turn information. What is this? And turn equals, I'm guessing this is username, password, colon, turn. Okay. Oh, you didn't know about OBS Ninja, Aquafunk? Yeah, OBS Ninja is actually really, really useful. Okay, let's see. I mean, I guess it just depends on what field you're in, right? Somebody at some point told me about OBS Ninja. Okay, so I'm trying to remember. Okay, so I know we had this like connecting and then it wasn't working. So now I need to remember what exactly we were doing here. Okay, so here was our stream ID play. So we need to go to the push of this, right? There we go. But it looks like we need to maybe also give it a turn server. Let's try to use the same turn server. and see what happens. All right, so we have foo, bar, foo. We should really use our own turn server, but okay. Bar. So you're trying to switch to Debian Hurricane. What are you trying to switch from? Yeah. Oh, did that just screw up my... No, we're going to go here. Okay. I thought I was going to... Oops. Okay, so we're going to get rid of this too. Okay. Missing field session. Okay, so that's... Now I'm trying to remember... Missing field session. I haven't done much stuff with Snap. Okay. Now I'm trying to remember what... I think we might need to like use Wireshark or something here. Because we are missing something, right? Let's reload this. Okay. Share screen. Nope. Nope. Okay. I wonder whether we'll see something on this end. Okay, so here we go. So here's our request. Session. Okay. So I want to try to maybe see if we can get another thing to join here and see what we're missing, right? Because this is telling us missing field session. I don't know, is it the other side telling us that we're missing a field session, or is this our own type? Whoa, whoa. Okay, so this is the SDP, right? And we're saying in the WebSocket message, there's an optional description. Okay, so maybe, I think what this is Serday complaining that one of the messages that are coming back to us has this SDP on it, but there's no session, there's no value in session. So I don't know at what point session is being... Is that something we hard-coded? No. Okay. So this must be something that they are. So we make the offer. then they are returning back something. And we must not be getting the session ID off of it. So we need to figure out where that is. Because this isn't their answer, right? This is just them making an offer to us. It's an offer. Yep. Because the next message is an answer, right? No. Okay, let's clear this all out. And then what I want to do is let's fire up OBS Ninja here. I know we want to view here. Okay. So what does this messaging look like? Wait, what? Okay. Okay, because that was already there kind of reconnecting. So here's what like a legitimate one should look like. Okay, so this is our side, the browser. This is what the other side should have sent. Then in its response, it's sending back. Okay. So we need to look back. All right. This is the hard part about taking like several days off, right? Because now we're close to a week since we messed with this. So I'm having to like rewrap my head around all of this. Okay, so this isn't the part where we get an ICE candidate. This is, I believe, okay, so here's where we get the message. So if there's a description, and there is a description coming back, right? Then we set the session equal to the value that's in there. That makes perfect sense. And then we go to handle SDP. So the question is, at what point is the error coming back? Is it, I'm thinking it's here. So let's just do like a print line, JSON message D unmarshaled. Okay. I have the feeling this is where everything goes wrong. My guess is this returns. Yep. Okay. So, and I mean, I guess we could test this too, right? So we should see this one, but not the other one. Yep. Okay. So this is exactly where our issue is. So we need to figure this out. Whoa. So what I would like to actually see is what the message is here first. Okay, so there is a session here. Oh, interesting though. We didn't get the error message. Oh, we go missing field session at line 1. All right. All right, so that is valid. And we do have session at the very top layer. Oh, wait a second. This is why. We just put we put it in the wrong place. So here we're assuming that it goes up at SDP, but it does not. It actually goes at the same level. Okay. Whoa. Okay. We've got some stuff to fix. So let's remove this print line. Remove that. 457. So this goes here. And then we have 547. Wait a second. No. I guess let's go in order. 301. What do we have here? Set session. So this is not going to be description. This is going to be JSON message session. .402. This moves up. 395. Wait a second. Oh. Oh, okay, it was the same same thing fixes it. Okay. Will Rust replace C++? I think that there's probably way too much C++ in the world for it to be completely replaced. But I think that for newer projects, I think that a lot of people are going with Rust. But I also see a lot of changes to C++ implementing things that exist. So yeah, and I don't have a huge background in C++ though, too. So, you know, I think people who have a background in C++ would probably have a lot more insight into that. Okay, so this is the lock. We unwrap that. I guess we can clone it. And then unwrap it. Method not found in standard string. Wait, what? Oh. What was wrong with that line of code? Okay. Oh, right. Because it's expecting... Okay. Then we have the same issue on line 400. All right, 544. And this is just because we don't have a session in here. None. Wait, on ice candidate. Hold on. Okay, wait, so that actually sends back the session too. Yeah, we want that. What line was that? 544. Okay. All right, so it looks like we joined. Oh. All right, so here we've got a bunch of nulls where our stream ID is not. Hoopa Unbounded, thanks for the follow. Okay, so we've got to figure out where we went wrong here. So it looks like, I believe this is on our on ice candidate. This is what we're sending back, right? So our message type is local, but our stream ID is null. Ooh, okay, yeah. So we need to fix this, right? So this should be stream ID. So we must have screwed something up, right? Because our initial message went through with the correct stream ID, right? All right, let's figure out where. Okay, so we set stream ID on our app inner, but somewhere in here we're overwriting it. I'm back now, counting votes to change the constitution of my country. Okay, so this is us sending our SDP offer to the peer, right? So in this case, I think when we had the other, can we clear all this? Okay, so let's just see what happens here. Okay. So we send our offer and then they respond back with the stream ID. Okay. So when they respond back and we set the session, are we not setting? So we should also have one of these for set stream ID. All right. Okay. So we're gonna have to wrap this in a mutex now, which is gonna break some things. So I suppose we should just do a cargo watch minus X. Yeah, let's just do a cargo watch for now. Okay. $203. Okay, I'm super confused here. Because this is our response back. So there must be something saying that we're only going to look for this one particular stream. So let's just... Okay. So somewhere in here... Okay, so this is fine because this is just our message going to them. So at what point are we overwriting this? So that's in our STP offer, right? And here's our answer. And the answer, we are not giving it a stream ID either. So these are both accurate. Okay. Began. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Punchy, Colin, how's it going? So we are still, we're trying to catch up where we left off. I guess it was Wednesday of last week for reverse engineering the OBS Ninja protocol so that we can get a GStreamer pipeline to join it. So that's what we're in the middle of doing right now. I am also open to just playing with my new keyboard too. So I also set this up so you all could see this beautiful keyboard. It's not what I'm typing on right now because I didn't figure anybody wanted to watch me fail miserably at Dvorak or or remembering where I placed a key, but yeah, that's the new keyboard. Hacking OBS Ninja. So basically OBS Ninja gives us the ability to do this where we can use WebRTC to share our camera and microphone with other participants. And it gives us like a view URL where we can just include this in a browser source somewhere. But what I want to do is reverse engineer. WebRTC has like this signaling protocol that happens over a WebSocket. So we are reverse engineering the one that that OBS Ninja uses so that we can join a WebRTC session that was initiated by OBS Ninja and then include that inside of our GStreamer pipeline. So this is the Moonlander. There we go. I could type so much faster with rainbow backlighting. No, so what's really cool about the lighting in this thing is I don't have any keys to set up to change them, but you can get them where the colors will, where the individual keys will change color based on the frequency of use of letters. You can also get it to create like ripples as you type, it goes out. I don't even know. There's a whole bunch of them, and then you can control the individual lighting. So I have, now here, you can kind of see where like my arrow keys are and my mouse keys. You can kind of see that I have those different colors. Okay, so that's some cool data nerd stuff right there. I want to see your keys slowly change color based on usage. All right, we have to find the buttons. I mean, we can do it though. So let's pick somewhere I don't have stuff assigned. Here, I guess. All right. We'll use these. Oh wait, we need to modify. All right. I know that there's, oh, it's under colors. Here we go. Switch animation. There we go. I think that's what we want. Okay. We'll leave that one there. Compile. Your dog doesn't like the sound of my voice? Wait. No, that can't be it. Access to 1143. Hold on. That's not right. Okay. There we go. Thanks, Carl. Yeah, this is the first day I've really got to mess with it. I actually, I was half tempted to not stream today because I wanted to play with this thing. Because I'm not actually, when I'm typing on stream right now, I'm not actually using this keyboard. I didn't figure anybody would want me to watch through fumbling through reverse engineering something while fumbling through learning a whole new keyboard layout. So I did buy new switches. And once those come, I'll swap these out. Okay, so now we should have on this second layer here, I think it was this key where we can change the animation. Oh. Where did I put it? Yeah. Alright, let's see if we can set a specific animation. I've not messed with any of this stuff yet. No. So right now, these are the cherry blues. I remember when I first got into mechanical keyboards, that's what everybody wanted. And I'm like, I've never tried cherry blues. I've mostly used clears. So I decided to try them. They feel really light to me, and they're really noisy. So I went with, let's see here. Here we go. I went with, I think 65 gram Zelio V2s. So spacebar is right here. So when I'm typing, I press space here, enter here, and backspace here. I believe that 65 grams are how much the clears are. Okay, so I need to figure out. So this is the layer color. So this is not what I want. But that didn't work either. Let's add a stop animation here. And what else do we have? So this one will change the brightness of it. Toggle layer colors. Sure. We'll get rid of all of these in a second. But we need buttons to play with. Okay. Punchy, thanks for the gift subs. Zelos are great. Space is my leader key, so that keyboard would not work for me without remapping everything. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you can do, and that's sort of the thing. So Asdelin, you can kind of see here that I'm configuring this. So the fact that space is there is because I selected it to be there, right? I could go here and say that I want this to be spacebar. So you can go through here and reconfigure the entire keyboard and move keys literally wherever you want. Keys can be macros where they do a bunch of stuff. So this is just me slowly. The default layout doesn't even have space here. I think it has space over here. But like if you look at my current keyboard, you can see I'm a right thumb spacebar person to the point of the enamel wearing off. So that's why I put that there. All right, compile. Yeah, I wish I had like demos set up for the colors, because that's actually something I have not messed with. So we are all learning together. And I don't know whether there's like an issue with the fact that I have those buttons on another layer, and so it's only controlling the colors for that layer, or whether it's everything. So let's see. This one was what? Turn off. Yep. Okay. That turns it on. Okay. So this toggles the individual like layer colors. This one is set to turn them on and off. Okay. Oh, what was that one? Now we gotta look. What did we set that as? Okay, so this was to pause animation. Okay, so let's see. All right, we're gonna need something open here. Okay, so that doesn't work. Guess we need animation. Okay, that's not it. Okay, so this one is our controlling the animation. This is starting and stopping the animation. Okay. So oh, there we go. I can see him changing. So this is sort of like heartbeat, right? All right. It's somewhere in this craziness of animations. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find it. I know that I saw a demo somewhere with one with like waves coming off and one with like almost like a heat map. And maybe it's something that is based off of whether animations are turned on or not. Yep. Who knows? It's in there somewhere. Oh, interesting. Because now we have like these keys lit up a different color and I don't even know why. What layer am I even on? Now we broke it. I don't even know what layer I'm on right now. Let's see if it resets back to something useful. Okay, so yeah, there's layer 2. Whoa. That's kind of cool. But yeah, so. But yeah, you have a lot of control. You've got like this meh key, which is like Control and Alt together. And then you have like Control Alt Shift Command or something. But yeah, I'll have to play with the colors a little bit more and then I'll be able to show you where it is. I do know that I saw a demo where somebody did like the heat map thing. Okay. So our issue here was when we joined. We keep sending this back with a stream ID of null. And so I'm not quite sure. Oh, wait a second. So this is when we send back our candidates, right? Here. Huh. So this is the point where we're sending that message back. But we should have a session here. I don't know at what point we're overriding session, right? Okay, so this is the app inner. And so our WebSocket message. Okay, so here's where we have a session set. Let's make sure if let's see if they hand us back the session information. They send back the session. So when we set stream ID, we need to be setting session. All right, so where's our set stream ID? Oh no, we have a set session. Okay. Okay, Cow, thanks for the follow. Danny, thanks for the follow. Stream ID, no, so stream ID looks like the individual participant. So this YY is the web browser side. And then we would have our own stream ID from the other direction. And this is so all of the like participants of the WebRTC call are negotiating things with all of the other individual participants, right? Because WebRTC is peer-to-peer. So I think our issue here is when this is coming back, we're actually setting our session to whatever is in this message. F3, so it's getting overwritten somewhere. So this is our issue. Alt F4, thanks for the sub. Didn't we like just meet yesterday? We did. I mean, we got to keep running it. We got to stop running into each other this way. People are going to start some rumors. They're going to start making a lot of assumptions. Where's my auto mod? Okay. So we're reverse engineering some WebRTC here. So I think our issue here is that we're doing the right thing. So anytime you see the red arrow, this is our code calling the browser. The green code is the browser returning back. So we're coming in with our SDP offer. Then it's returning its own offer, right? Then we're returning an answer to their offer. And you can see here, we're sending back the right session. And I don't know what this remote is that we ended up sending. So at what point? So we've got something going on here where we're overwriting the session variable. They're already calling it the alt.dev channel. Yeah, so I'm not actually typing on that thing right now. I brought it up. I put a webcam on it because I knew people knew that I got it and would want to see it, but I'm not currently typing on it. So I have it set up where this top layer is Dvorak. And then if I hold this key or this key, that gets me to layer 1, which allows me to do some stuff like my number pad in my right hand. So if I did it here, I could get my braces. If I did it here, I could do a number pad. Then this key temporarily switches me to layer 2. But I also have on layer 1 these shortcuts. So basically get to layer 1, press this button, I'm stuck in layer 2. If I do here, I'm stuck in layer 3, and layer 3 is QWERTY. And I have it red for bad. Like, Eric, stop this. You're trying to convert to Dvorak. Stop using this layer. I need one bad right now. You do. Like auto mod, it doesn't like the word pleb. Yeah, the layering is the coolest thing about it, and I'm still figuring out exactly where I want things and stuff, because it's really convenient, right, to just like hold this and then, you know, I need like a shell. Here we go. Like if I hold this, then wait a second. All right, that's not what I thought it was. Layer 1. Oh, I need to skip down a row. So, here. Why can I not type numbers there? That's not right. Oh. You know what I'm betting is there's no num lock, right? That's the issue. So we got to num lock it first, and then we have our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So that's kind of cool, right? I can just hold this button and then have a numpad, and then you've made me want to buy one. There's a few people who have been getting them. You don't know if you want to go ergo. I feel like once you do, you can't go back. Yeah, I'll tell you, this has been the coolest thing. My layout here, when I'm typing, I'm just pressing space here and backspace here, and it makes for like quick corrections. And then I just over here if I want to press enter. I haven't started trying to code in it yet, so I know my Vim bindings are going to screw me up. I know that there's going to be symbols that I'm going to realize are not easily accessible. Okay, so what were we looking at? Not here, here. Okay, so somewhere in here we're getting a message back that has a description, but there's no session. So we need to figure that out. Because at some point in here... Sika, thanks for the follow. Okay, so I think that this is the only place where session is called. So I want to print line this, and I want to see both what JSON message on what this is, and then I also just want to see what the raw message is as well. All right, let's do it. You ordered yours yesterday? So there's somebody in the Discord too. Let me look and see if I can see this really quick. There's somebody in the Discord who said they have a white one that they want to sell. Joe Haga in the Only Devs Discord. You can see him in the Keebs channel. He says he has a white one that he wants to sell. So if anybody's wanting a white one and doesn't want to be on the waiting list for 2.5 months for their order to be fulfilled, that might be an option. Oh, we're missing one. No, we're not. All right. What are you complaining about? Value used here after move. Ah, crap. Okay. Gotta roll out? All right, Punchy, have a good one. Hey, thanks so much for all the gifted subs, man. I really appreciate you. I think that they are like, they're 350 or $375. Punchy, you're going crazy here, man. Thanks for all the gifted subs. 365. There you go. Later, Punchy. Okay, so here's this. So here's what's interesting. So the only time we set this session, we have a session ID. So hello, Eric. Are you using Dvorak? Are you waiting to feel more comfortable before using it in stream? Yeah, so I'm not currently using the new keyboard on stream yet. I probably could, but I haven't done enough with this setup to know that I have access to all of the symbols that I'm probably going to need for programming. So that's why I'm not using at least QWERTY on stream, because I do have it set up where I could just be in QWERTY here. But I don't know whether I'm going to have access to all my symbols, so that's why I'm not doing that. And Dvorak, my thought is probably the next week or two, every day I'm going to do some exercises for learning it. until I can at least know where things are and type slowly, and then I'll start trying to use it full time. But I figure for like the first little bit, I mean, I kind of already know where things are, right? So here's O, right? And then we have was it A O E U I, and then over here we have D H T N S, right? So I kind of know that's there. I know C is here. I know P is, or no, F's here. P is here. Wait a second. No. P is here. Yeah. There we go. G. But I mean, it makes typing words really fast there. I'll show you what I'm using here. It's like a typing club. So I have an account here that's like tracking where I'm at, but no, I don't want that one. We're gonna skip. But this is like a super cool way of doing this, right? It just makes you do it really fast. So U, H, wow, that's loud. We're gonna mute it. Apparently we can't mute it. Okay, so anyway, so space to begin. U, 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 H, H. Right, and so you keep doing this and it'll keep adding them more and more to the outsides. And so it's a pretty nice way of being able to, oops. It would help if the keyboard was like right in front of me, but you get the idea. So that's basically what I've been doing to slowly learn home row and some of the other ones. So I'll do this a little bit each day, and then when it's kind of at least partially committed to memory, then I'll start using it on stream. But right now I'm entirely too slow to do that. Oh, transitioning from JetBrains to NeoVim. Yeah. So, and that's the other reason I don't want to use Dvorak on stream yet, is I know that I'm going to have to change out all of my key bindings, right? So we're used to like H, J, K, and L, you know, being how you move around in Vim. But Dvorak, this is D, H, T, N, S, right? So you'd have to like look in all kinds of weird places. So I'll probably have to like remap so that these keys stay that. Okay, so oh wow, he still uses H, J, K, and L? But then you'd end up in like this weird, okay, so here's H, right? But then J is down here, and K is here, and L is up here. Interesting. Okay, so the only place that we're overwriting session is here. So now I have the feeling that maybe this is not what we think it is. All right, so let's look. Where is this coming back? Is this in the offer or is this in the answer? So here's the stream ID null. There are no candidates. It's in the SDP answer. And its type is null. Okay, so I think that one thing is we have to figure out how to get Serde to not include things that are null. Right? Part of his Vim deathmatch is switching keyboard layouts, so I doubt he still uses HJKL. Okay, so the first one is an answer, right? Okay, so we need to figure out what's going on here. I want to know how how stream ID becomes null. So we're never actually setting stream ID. Well, I guess let's send it each time. So stream ID self stream ID lock. Okay, there's that. And we also need this for the answer, right? All right, let's try this. Ooh, okay. Oh, it's an option. Need coffee. Me too. Well, not coffee. I'm actually not much of a coffee drinker. I'm more of a tea and soda person. Okay. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Come on. Stream ID still null. How is stream ID still null? Oh, that's B. Hold on a second. Why? First of all, we're connecting to the wrong thing. I'm going to remove this session from here because it looks like it returns back our session and our UUID. I forgot to clear that beforehand. I honestly thought this would be easier. Okay, so this is them passing us back the stream ID. But what's interesting here is how did they know what stream ID we wanted? We're missing some data here somewhere, right? So this is them sending us back the session. And we're sending them back an answer with the same stream ID and session. But how is this stream ID null? Wait a second. No, because it's right here. Oh, no, it's not. It's right here. Okay, we missed one. All right. I'm curious, are there any Dvorak users here? Anybody want to talk me into it or out of it? I don't know if you remember, but some week ago or months, I commented on Began's chat that I was creating a repository called Go for Noobs. Yeah, I vaguely remember that, Rafusky. I remember you talking about that. Okay, so this looks better, but why are we sending a boatload of them? I'll use Colmac. Okay. And is that just so that you have better access to your shortcuts? Okay, so we've got a bunch of the same messages here. So why are we sending multiple candidates here? I'm not sure why this is being sent so many times. Oh, TCP, UDP. So this must be all of the... Okay, so this is all of the available ways to talk to it. Okay, so I'm guessing that the reason that we're not getting a connection right now is that we don't have an ICE candidate that works, right? And so the issue is like... Right, obviously, can it... Well, no, it should be able to connect here, right? Because it was closer to QWERTY? Gotcha. Alright, I'm going to bookmark this so that I come back to it later. Sweet. Oh, looks like you've got quite a bit of work done here. This is awesome. Yeah, I'll have to give it like a deeper look. I hate looking at my own face. Go away. Okay, so I feel like our issue is now a connectivity issue. So let's see, can we get like a GST debug equals 2. Okay. So these are just warnings. Okay, I was expecting a little bit more detail back from here. That didn't work. What's the other one? So there's... Is it Workman? Workman? Is that the Workman keyboard layout? Yeah. So this is the other one people seem to like too. And now I'm trying to remember what Colmac looks like. I do like that Dvorak has underscore on home row. That's neat. Yeah. Okay, so here's Colmac. So yeah, I guess you've got a couple here. E moves pretty far away. R, P's like super moved, right? I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's still far enough away. I mean, the only real benefit you have here is like having, you know, your ZXCV down here for your, you know, shortcuts. That's pretty good. However, right, like, so the Dvorak keyboard layout is kind of weird in how it's done this. Hey Ned, thanks for the follow. So, you know, I had concerns about like the fact that those shortcuts aren't there. But what you can see on mine is I have on this second layer here, I just have buttons for undo, cut, copy, and paste, right? So here, oops. If I just wanted to, I don't know, copy this word, right? I can just hold this for layer 2, and then I have copy right here, and then paste. So I don't know. This is the weirdest thing, is having control of the mouse. Lodka, how's it going? Lots of common stuff on home row. Yeah, the wildest thing for me for Dvorak is the number. I think I read that it was like you can get 400 different words from the English language without ever leaving home row. So like 70% of your typing time is right here, like 22% here, and then only 8% down on your bottom row. Whereas I think QWERTY is 35 here, 40 something here, and then like 20 something down here. So you're one of the members of that CSGO team where the players only play with the keyboard. This would be the first time I have a mouse on my keyboard. All right, this needs to go away. Like, I don't want to look at you anymore. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out where our issue is. Like, can we get rid of the turn server? I'm just not entirely sure why we can't connect here, right? So let's do this. Share your camera. And this time, we're not going to share my face so that I don't have to keep looking at my face. Okay. So we're sharing that. So the turn server didn't matter. And I'm guessing that's because the way this is set up, it recognizes. So if you're familiar with the way WebRTC works, turn servers are only needed when we need to negotiate through network address translation. But because both sides, both clients are running on the same network, we don't have to do that. So the turn server doesn't really matter. We're not going to the turn server. So that's not an issue. So I feel like we need to copy all of these and then try to like look through this and figure out what exactly is happening that's different. So is there a way that we can just copy all of these messages? Without like actually going through and copying each one. I use Carl Palex. Not really well supported by operating systems, but I have it programmed into my keyboard firmware. Okay. We've been talking a lot about keyboards today, but I need to look this up. This is the first time I have ever heard of that keyboard layout. Interesting. So what's the advantage of here? It looks like it's similar to Dvorak in the sense that it keeps most of the usage on home row and top. So I think that I should just invent like my own keyboard layout and then sit somebody down at my computer and be like, you know, here's the password. Good luck. It's a whole family of layouts algorithmically generated. Huh. Okay, so this is the other side sending this request to seed. And here's our offer STP going back. Okay. This is the other side also sending back an offer. No, this is us sending an offer. Hold on. Okay. This is this tab sending us an offer. This is us sending them our own offer. This is us sending them ICE candidates. This is them answering back. And then this is them making another offer? Why? Wait a second. I'm confused because these sessions are different. I guess I need to understand this a little better, right? So this is them requesting a seed. This is us sending them an offer, right? And this is them sending an offer. No. So this is them sending us their offer. This is us sending. Well, what's interesting here is it doesn't appear to be uniform, right? So this is the other, wait, this is us sending them an offer, right? With the UUID. I guess I'm not really sure what these are, right? Maybe this is like signaling to tell the other person what we want, right? So this is us saying we'd like to seed that stream. I know that I've seen a play here too. But so this is us. So this is the client saying, I'd like to see this stream. This is us sending a request back saying, I'm guessing, saying, send me an offer. This is the other side sending the offer. This is also the other side sending ICE candidates. Then this is us responding back with an answer. But then we also send an offer STP again. Why? I don't understand what this second message is for. But it's after this, right? Where they respond back. Where's this session getting generated? So this is SB. Okay, so after this is sent, the session changes. This is interesting, right? So here, this is us responding back, and we're giving it this session, CCV, right? Then we send it our ICE candidates, right? Still in the CCV session. Then the other side responds back with its answers in the session CCV. Then we send another offer STP message with a UUID. Or no, they send another offer. Hold on. No, so this is our side. I don't think we are handling this message anywhere. we're not handling this anywhere because they send that to us, right? So the fact that we're sending this like request seed, wait, we're not even sending that. Okay, so I want to copy this, right? So we're supposed to be sending that to begin with. And then it looks like we're also supposed to be handling this message. Send. Receive. Okay. So maybe that's part of our issue with this. Whoa, whoa. So let's clear this and let's connect and see what happens here, right? Okay, so yeah, so we didn't send them the seed, but they still sent us this offer message. And then we responded back here. Okay. So we've got a couple of issues. We also are sending like all of these candidate messages, and we shouldn't be. We should be sending them like one list of all of the candidates. So let's find that really quick. So this looks like we're getting a call back per ICE candidate. So we might not have control over this. Okay, so we might have to send it this way. Because we don't really have a way of sending them a list of all of the ICE candidates. I mean, I suppose what we could do is we could collect them on each of these callbacks, but then we would need to figure out how, at what point do we send them our list of them. Okay, so let's solve the first one here first. So all right, where's our WebSocket connection taking place? On offer created. Wait, where's our WebSocket being created? Okay, here we go. Okay, so somewhere in here, this is where we're creating our WebSocket message. So we need to send this message down. So this is... Wait, where's the WebSocket TX? All right, now I know we messed with this last week when we were playing with it. I know that we had an example. Let's look in the multi-party Because I know that we were messing with one seed. No. Where were we doing this? I feel like there was somewhere we had this working. All right, so let's figure this out. So this is our WebSocket stream. All right, so on one side we have the sync, and on the other we have the stream of incoming messages. Okay, so WS sync is what we're interested in. So we need to figure out how to send messages down WS sync. So I think we're gonna have to look up the docs for this. Well, no, because we're already doing this, right? So somewhere we already have where we're sending WS message, right? Here. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is basically what we need, right? Yeah, that keyboard is looking awfully neglected. Hey, I am happy to sit here and play with the new keyboard. I am dying to play with it. I just didn't figure you all want to sit here and watch me struggle. Oh, wait. So, no, here's async main. We're already doing this. So is this not going through? I knew we had done this. Okay, hold on. So what's interesting here is I don't see that play message, right? Oh, wait a second. I don't see the seed here either. So is seed only sent? Seed is sent when we want to create a stream. Seed is sent when we want to create a stream. That's right. So that's where I'm confusing things. Okay. All right, so let's remove that, right? So we don't see seed here. We just see offer SDP. Watching others struggle with programming is sweet nectar. Yeah, I think it's kind of humanizing, right? Where you start to realize that, like, we all sit here and do this, right? Especially, like, right now, there's no way I could possibly know what I'm doing here. I am quite literally looking at raw WebSocket data and reverse engineering how it's working. So reverse engineering is always a ton of struggling. All right, so can I copy this? I'd really like just raw access to this. All right. Okay, so let's clear this and let's get ours to join and see what happens. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, everybody struggles. Oh, interesting. So here we're connecting, but we're not doing anything. So we do need this play. But yeah, I mean, we're always struggling, right? And so if we're not struggling, then we're not working on things that are challenging us, right? We're not trying new things. All right, so here's the offer SCP, right? And then we should get back the STP offer, which is what we are. And then we should have an answer, but we don't have an answer. So here's all the candidates. Yeah, this isn't right. What's going on here? You've returned with coffee. I'm about done with my soda here. Okay, what is... Oh, interesting. That's why it's like the same songs. So, Pretzel Rocks has like a new interface that I'm trying the beta of. The good news is it doesn't crash. The bad news is I don't have any of my playlists or anything. So, what's happy EDM? Oh, here's just a... Are you going to play? There we go. Yeah, yeah, Linux, no soundtrack for me. The disadvantage. Okay, so there's something clearly going on here that I'm missing. Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in playing with soundtrack if it was working on, if it worked for Linux. There are days that I just want to turn on Spotify and say screw it. Okay, so this gets us in. Wine? Oh. I don't think I've used wine in I don't even know how many years. Is it any better than it was? Because it used to be total trash. Okay, so where are we going wrong here? It's not that bad. I mean, it's only like having 3 of your fingers chopped off. It's not that bad. Okay, so we needed this. Wine is technically sparkling Linux unless it's from Champagne region of France. Alright, I don't know why we're sending so many candidates here either. Us Linux folks are so underrepresented when it comes to some software and features of others. Like OBS for Linux is behind on so many features compared to like Windows version. Actually, I find that the Windows OBS is significantly less stable. I could get that to crash a lot more. And I mean, I'm running, I mean, like if we switch over here, that's empty. Let's go over here. So like I've got all of this stuff. I'm running like an early build of it. Alright, I don't like all this ICE candidate crap because it's also making it really hard for me to figure out what's going on with all of this. So I feel like there's something we're missing here, right? Okay, so they send us an offer SDP with a UUID. Okay. No, this is us sending that to them. Hold on. All right. We're going to go this way around. Where is our handle SDP? Okay. Here's what I want to do. Because I'm starting to get like super confused by all of this. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to print everything they send us. That's going to be a starting point. Because this will be easier to start understanding what's coming from which side, right? Is this, oh. Okay. Solely based on driver support. Driver support is so limited on Linux that companies won't invest into it, which doesn't bring new tech to the platform. That's more enterprise than OS. That's one of the biggest things Linus Torvalds wishes he could improve for Linux, but the companies aren't giving him the ability to create the drivers. So it's out of his hands. Yeah. You know, companies being kind of stuck in, like, if they would, like, document how their components work well, lots of the Linux world would contribute drivers, right? And so that's one big issue. And there's a lot of stuff, right? Like, so I have a hardware capture card in here. Well, for Windows, you know, I don't even know how many cool options you have. You know, Elgato's got one. What's the Live Gamer company? You know, they have one, and they're all affordable and everything. If you want a video capture card that works on Linux, you got like one company. Unfortunately, money just isn't in Linux for consumers. Professionally, absolutely. Yeah, and so, but too, like some of the stuff like embedded hardware and all of that stuff, like there's lots of embedded devices that are Linux now, so it would make sense for a lot of these companies to have better drivers, but they don't, right? Like especially when we start talking about the cloud and some of the things that might get used on rack servers and stuff like that. This is the i3 window manager. i3WM. And I don't even know how many years I have been using it, but it is like the most amazing thing on the planet. All right, I'm going to get rid of these debug messages to make this a little easier to see, hopefully. All right. So let's see what happens. Okay, so this is their side sending us a... What type of message is this? It's an offer. Okay, so they send us an SDP offer. And then here's us sending an SDP answer to their offer. And then this is them sending us ICE candidates. Hold on. This is them sending us ICE candidates. Oh, wait a second. This is why we're doing all of that crap. Yeah, we got to get rid of this. We need, if let some candidates. So we just need to we need to change this. Okay, so I don't care about the mine index. This is gonna go away. This is gonna go away. All right, so this should fix one of the things that was annoying us, right? So this is the candidates, right? No. Okay. So we need to fix this error. No. Okay, so where's our handle ice? Here. What makes it so amazing? So one of the things that I really, and this is really hard too, because I can't really compare it to like modern day DWM or awesome window manager or all of these things that are kind of coming out, right? So there's a lot about like my programming environment that has been the same way for a number of years, and I'm just used to it, and I have no need to change, right? Whereas like even when you look at like the moving to the new keyboard thing, right? This is kind of out of need. I've stuck with not doing this ergonomic stuff, you know, just because it works. But now as I've gotten older and stuff like that, like RSI is starting to really, really bother me a lot more. So, you know, there's a need for the change. So i3 I really like, because I like that you have this kind of hierarchical view of your windows, right? So, oops. So we've got like this big thing here, right? So this is one owner, and inside of it, we sort of, I guess we could crawl the tree up. So we have this child, which is a sibling of this one, right? So that's the parent container, right? But this container is a sibling of this one, right? So we can move up to here. And so it allows us to kind of like split things however we want. And so I guess I'll just move to here and it'll make it easier to see. Like I can do this, I can split it into the second one. I can just hit a hotkey, split that vertically. Then we're going to split this one, right? But I can full screen kind of whatever I want. And so that's usually what you see me doing here, is when you watch me kind of like quickly switching between stuff, I'm just using Vim hotkeys to move between these things. You know, I can take these things and move them around. So we can slide this one over, right? Or slide it back. Push it down, right? It's just ridiculously convenient. And I actually have it all scripted too. I have it all scripted out too, so I have like a stream set up where it basically populates all of these things into place. I guess I messed that up. Can I get that one back now? Yeah, I might not be able to get that back in place. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get that back in place. Oh well. We can fix it. You can go away. You can go away. And then we'll just split this. Split this vertically. And split that horizontally. And then we'll resize that, right? Problem solved. What is this? It's simple and it just works. Yeah, exactly. I constantly am rearranging my windows to layouts in a tiled fashion. Terminal, Teams on right, email browser. What a helpful. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You can, I mean, I just have like a JSON file that, I have a JSON file that has this exact layout. So I can just restore this layout at any time. Up code, GST. And then it's also useful for things where you watch me kind of bring OBS onto screen. Hold on, let me get back over here. Send, receive. All right, GST, Rust. Okay. So you watched me do this. So this is a different workspace. I just Alt 5. You actually are not seeing the full screen here. I'll show you my full desktop. Okay, so this is like my full desktop. So I actually have on my full desktop, I have like moderator view and chat over here. So what you're actually seeing on screen is just over here. It's just hidden away. So I can like just switch to a different workspace. I can just start, you know, opening things and they tile, right? But I can also move things around. So if I just Alt 2, that's the monitor I have over here. OBS is there, and then I'm just Alt Shift 5ing it to send it to this workspace. Alt Shift 2 to send it back, right? Like, that is not my backyard. Wait, I forget what that is. Yeah, I would love to live there. Unfortunately, that is not my backyard. Okay. But yeah, I like doing this type of stuff because I can quickly full screen something when I need to and then send it back. And what is this? Oh, right. Okay, so this is a vector of strings, right? Wait a second. On ice candidate. Oh, wait, no. So this is when they send us an ice candidate. We want handle ice, right? Okay, so this is them sending us a list of them. Oh, now I'm starting to confuse myself. All right. Handle incoming ice candidates from the peer, passing them to the WebRTC bin. Okay, so that is not what I wanted. All right, so we need to back that out. So that's not what I thought it was. Okay. This is them sending us their candidates. And then us doing some sort of work, right? So this is in the WebRTC bin, we're adding ice candidates for each of these. Okay. So this is us sending our candidates. Hold on. So where is this coming from? App on ice candidate. Trying to figure out also a little bit of GStreamer, how it's doing. Okay, so whenever there's a new ice candidate, send it to the peer. Okay, so this is when GStreamer tells us that we have a new candidate, meaning that using the Sun server, we found another way that our peers can connect to us. We want to tell the WebSocket about that. Okay. So this, I believe, is where we're calling this so many times. And I don't know whether there's a way for us to get around it just due to the nature of the way this works. Because we don't really have a way of knowing when we've received all of the candidates to be able to send them all at once. Okay, so that one might just be the way it has to be. But I feel like there's duplicate messages or something here. Learning the key bindings are sometimes a step, but once you have them, it's all really easy. Also, like anything else, if you pop in the discords that are around there. So I do all my own key bindings to i3. So like I assign mine to the same movement keys I use in Vim. So it's really easy for me to just naturally, know that if I'm holding Alt, right, then my Vim movement keys move my focus. And then if I hold Alt Shift, then I'm actually moving the window in whatever direction that is, right? So I'm still kind of confused what's going on here. I don't think that the on incoming stream is being called. So let's print line this on incoming stream called. Okay. I don't believe that this is actually taking place. Yeah, okay. So this is them sending us an offer. This is them sending an answer. So let's view the other side of this. We've been trying to pay attention from this side. Let's see if we can do it from this side and see what happens. Okay, so they're doing a request play as well. The other side is responding back with an offer. And then this side is sending back an answer. And then they are sending the ICE candidates. So it looks like we're not like deciding on which candidate and how to connect. Yeah, Twitch's mobile app is kind of jacked up. I'm curious why the letter Y is auto-modded. And where exactly was it in that message? So weird. Okay, so this is the simplest thing, right? And we see this side, right? So we see the request to play, right? We're sending that very same message, right? We send this too. Okay, that's not our issue. Then their side sends this offer, right? Type offer, right? Okay. We can see here that we got the same thing, the offer. And then we send an answer to their offer. Then they send us their candidates, right? So on this side, we do the same thing. We send them an offer. They send us an answer, right? Wait, no. No. See, I keep confusing this. I keep getting lost in whose side is whose. Okay. Green is us. Red is them. Okay. So we send a request to play. They send us back an offer. We send them an answer. Then they send us candidates. Okay. But in this case, we know we sent them the request to play. They sent us an offer, right? Uh-huh. They send us an offer. Oh, no. Okay. And yeah, then we send them an answer and then they send us their candidates. So all of this is taking place exactly how it should. So we are missing something. Dr. Payload, how's it going? Oh, and Drent Code, thanks for the follow. I didn't catch that earlier. I don't know why my alert messages the sound. It's buggy. Everything Twitch related is broken. Okay, so on ice candidate. All right, so somewhere in here where So what I'm confused by is why we don't have an incoming stream. So that's the part we need to figure out. We managed to get So this is the part that confuses me, right? So this on ice candidate is what happens when we receive a candidate from them, right? Because this is them sending us a whole list of candidates, right? So let's walk this through. Okay, so when they send us a list of candidates, we loop over them and then we call this handle ice message. Right? And so we are emitting an add ice candidate to the WebRTC bin for each one of these that we receive. Okay, that seems logical, right? So and then at that point, this on ice candidate, how is this triggered? Okay, so this is us catching those things in the WebRTC bin. So I'm not sure what's supposed to happen here, right? Because what it looks like we do is call this app on ice candidate, right? And then inside of here, we're basically sending them back. Are we only meant to have one ice candidate? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, links are allowed. So I'm just not entirely sure what this portion's supposed to be, right? Because right now, this method effectively gets called every time we get an ice candidate from the other side, right? So this is what's happening. And I don't think that this is right. So this is us sending them an offer. This is our Rust code responding back with... No. Hold on. Trying to remember this flow. Okay. So they are sending us the offer. Right. Okay. So if we look at here, this is the browser sending an offer. This is Rust sending back an answer. Then they're sending us a bunch of remote candidates, which is interesting. Lempi, thanks for the raid. How's it going, everybody? So then... but here's what's interesting, though. We send another offer. So this is kind of odd. why do we send 2 offers? So there must be something that's like not working here, right? And at this point, like we don't really send back an answer. So something goes awry here. Like they send us these remote candidates. But here we get local candidates. So why did they choose to send us remote candidates here? All right, let's open up Zach Grip's tab here. Okay, so browser A is the offerer. It creates a peer connection with the connection and config parameters. Right. Sends the offer. iHackFX, thanks for the follow. Whoa, Arch plus i3, I like this. Yep. Arch, i3, and NeoVim for the win. What is what magic? Are you talking about the WebRTC stuff? Okay, and so yeah, so this is where we get our ICE candidates. Oh, the golden kappa. Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna. Okay, so the odd thing here is everything here. This is like hard coded to local, and so I find it interesting though because it seems like the candidates that they send us back here are remote, which is interesting. Do I have the golden kappa? Let's see. I don't know. Gold. I do not have golden kappa. Apparently, I was not cool enough. I have lame old kappa. I have to refresh? All right. All right, I just lost chat back scroll, but let's see. I have golden kappa. Okay, so this still isn't working right. Okay, so this is the point where we send the candidates. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna go into the GST examples. Let's try to get like just a minimal. We'll look at the C code. I'm not the greatest at C, but let's walk through that because I think. Oh no, it's always send receive. GST. Okay, let's see. Oh, so this is a Python script. I'm more interested in what happens on so this is using their signaling protocol, but what I'm curious about really is how I'm mostly curious about the on ice, right? Okay, so on ice candidate, send. Yeah, so they do the same thing. Okay, so I'm slightly confused about how this is working. Because in our WebRTC examples that we're using, it looks like they're actually responding back with the candidates, with the same candidates. But we don't see that here, right? If we disconnect this side, right, and we'll clear this side, and we'll just look at what this looks like. Wait, why did that not work? View? I didn't even see it connect here. No audio. All right. Okay. Weird. All right, I want to clear this, and I want to clear this. What does a clean connection look like? Okay. So on this side, candidates. Vector. What is this message? What is this message? Ah. So I think that this is our issue. Like, I don't know what this vector thing is, and I don't know what this is. This is clearly something encoded. The question is, what is it encoded in? You have not sent me an invite to Quirk. I apparently am not cool enough for... So I'm curious, like, is this an MD5 sum of something? Like, what is... Or this can't be MD5. But what is this? I'm going to go now. I have pie places to pie at. All right, thanks for the raid, Lempie. Okay, so maybe we can't reverse engineer this. Well, no, because this browser clearly knows how to do it, right? Candidates. So here's our issue. Our candidates don't actually look like that. And we have this weird vector thing. So... All right, let's see if we can find the JavaScript for this. But we clearly have something going on here, right? So I'm guessing this is like an initialization vector or something that's used for whatever that's being used to encrypt this. But that's our issue, right? Our candidates are not the same thing. Okay. So, do we have the GitHub open for this? Okay, OBS Ninja, there we go. My guess is that it's in this WebRTC file. All right, whatever that is a little too harsh. Okay. All right, let's grab this. I need something to change this. Go to this. Thanks for the follow. Hey Marco, how's it going? All right. I want to format this. Why I'm like it's escaping me. Mark Doe, thanks for the follow. Is it prettify? I thought I had Prettier installed. I do have Prettier installed. Am I just missing all of this crap? All right. Oh, I just need to. We're gonna just save this as WebRTC.js. Is that my issue? Is I didn't have an extension on it. That's why. Okay. i3 font, not OSANS. It's Druid. No, config. Yeah, Droid Sans Mono. Okay. So let's see, what was it that we had? Vector. Oh, joy. Oh. I hate reverse engineering obfuscated code. All right, so here's our function, right? Oh, this is gonna be miserable. Because this whole thing is how that vector thing is being set. Oh. Do we really want to mess with this? This is, I mean, because this is going to take us a little bit, right? What is this doing? All right, so this is some sort of function. Equals. All right, so it's taking the input and subtracting 0 from it? Or is that like a... And then it's setting a variable equal to some hash, the value that is in the hash map. Wait, what? All right. Okay, so it's grabbing that, whatever this value is, it's grabbing that value from the hash map. I hate when people do stuff like this. Oh wait, what is all this? So these look like session IDs that are like hard coded in there, right? So I mean, here's the turn server. So there isn't an unminified version, unfortunately. So this is saying, you know, it's part of it, but it's not intended to be modified. So we actually don't have access to the unminified version of that. Yeah. Basically everything else in here we have access to, but we don't have access to that, right? So all of this is going to like call out to WebRTC, I'm guessing. Because nowhere in here are we actually handling any of the WebRTC stuff, right? This is sort of just like the user interface. So yeah, so our options are to abort mission on reverse engineering this, or our options are going, or the alternative is to basically go the complete other direction and, I mean, hardcore reverse engineer this, which is going to take some serious time. And then we risk that the protocol changes, and then we have to go through and redo it all. Yeah, I don't think we want to go this route. I think we would be better off to just implement our own signaling and everything and because this is going to be an absolute nightmare. So here's our generate hash. So somewhere in there is like where we're like referencing this whole thing, right? Yeah, I don't think I want to go through all of this. So what this looks like is it was ran through like some sort of obfuscator, right? So if we did, let's just find like a regular JavaScript file. Because a minifier would choose like smaller variable names and things like that, right? So that's not what this is, right? This is like if we took, let's go back here, we'll just grab like main.js or something and I'll show you an example. So that's like if we took this, right? And then boom, did obfuscate on it. Right, so it starts like setting all these random hash maps with, you know, strings that we need. So, and then this might actually be the tool they use too, right? So this is them intentionally trying to make it where we can't, I can't say we can't reverse engineer it, but it is intentionally made to be like insanely difficult to open source, yeah. So my guess is that, you know, he wants people to be able to contribute back to, you know, the user interface and features there, but doesn't want people to do what we're doing. So that kind of sucks. But, you know, what are we going to do, right? So it looks like we have to build our own. I know that for the project that I'm going to use the switcher for at Microsoft, I do know that we want like an easy go live site, which would basically be like this WebRTC side of things. So whether it's me building it or whether it's somebody else on my team or we hire a vendor or whatever, we're going to build, you know, the in-browser side of like a quick go live side, which is going to connect to my side to get you into the GStreamer pipeline. So I will do everything in my power to ensure that that is built open source and not just like half open source like this is. Like it should all be open, right? Well, I would assume that they did this intentionally, right? They certainly didn't like accidentally obfuscate it, right? Right? And like even here, right? This source code is AGPL'd, right? But but yeah, we can see here in the docs here, right? Like this file is part of OBS Ninja, yet is not intended to be modified. So they basically set different rules to this particular file. Oh yeah, this is, I mean, the project is definitely active. So I think that, you know, this is the part that they wanted to keep to themselves, you know, either because they plan to do some sort of, you know, product off it, or, you know, just didn't want people reverse engineering things and burdening their servers. I don't really know, right? So they, for whatever reason, they had some motivation to keep the WebRTC bits closed. None of the other code helps me, no. So what we're looking at is this negotiation protocol, which we figured out, right? So for the most part, we did figure out what happens here just by monitoring the WebSockets. However, the only bit that we would still need is we need to figure out how these are calculated, right? So, I mean, we could reverse engineer it, but I also don't want to like violate any like licenses by doing that. But here, see, we can see here, vector is this function. And so we would need to like do a ton of reverse engineering to figure out how to generate both description and vector. And that is a lot of work. We are probably better off just creating our own signaling protocol. So with WebRTC, that's the only part that's not like standardized. This WebSocket that we kind of like do an exchange, right? So the WebSocket protocol itself is open. It's well defined, along with stun and turn, which we use as part of sort of the stun is to figure out like what ways do I have available? Like, what's my public IP address? Am I behind a NAT? What type of NAT those things are? And then turn is in the case where we might not be able to communicate peer-to-peer just due to network address translation, then we might relay through a turn server. But that's also well defined. So the only thing that's not defined is sort of this short negotiation that takes place in the beginning, which is, how do we find each other? How do the peers find each other? So we do that through a WebSocket signaling server where we basically, I just go to the signaling server and then I make an STP offer. You respond back with an answer, and then we exchange ICE information, which is basically how can we communicate with each other peer to peer. So that was a whole lot of time spent both last week and this week just to figure out that we're not going to be able to do this. Welcome to the world of programming. I really want to reverse engineer that, but oh, this code is so hideous. Let's see if we can find a tool that somebody's written really quick, just out of sheer curiosity. JavaScript deobfuscator. All right, let's see. Raw. I don't know what this is. I'm guessing it tries to decide what it is. Oh, wait, remote file. There we go. Rich, thanks for the follow. Hey, Room Rocket, how's it going? All right, let's see. Now, let me bump this up. All right, so this is that. Okay, so that's still obfuscated. So auto decode doesn't seem to work. Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Do we have anything useful? We don't really care about creating. Where's vector? Vector. Vector. No. Okay, so no, this just prettified it. That didn't deobfuscate it. So, oh, this is looking better potentially. Hold on. Vector. No. Hey Sudo, how's it going? So Braden, so the bigger project is building like this virtual video switcher, but what we want to do now is we want to get WebRTC as an input. And one of the things that I thought would be fun would be to reverse engineer the signaling protocol for OBS Ninja's WebRTC implementation so that we could get our pipeline to join somebody who's on OBS Ninja. But it turns out that they have like deeply obfuscated their WebRTC code. And so now we're trying to see whether we can deobfuscate it a little bit. But okay, so it is the SHA-256. CBC. Yeah, this is still going to be really, really hard to go through. I mean, this is a lot easier to read than the actual obfuscated thing. Oh, look at this, right? I love how, like, it introduces these intentional, like, basic, like, no ops, right? Just to confuse you. Like, these two things are never going to be equal, so... I don't know what this one is. Let's see what this comes up with. It's probably just a module in his Webpack, yeah, doing Uglify, yeah. So, I mean, but this gets us closer where we can kind of get a brief understanding of it. But to reverse engineer the actual encryption, that's going to be, I mean, we could walk through this and try to figure out what the message is that was encrypted. And then we could try to like take this and slowly massage it. But I mean, it's going to be a pain. Yeah, I don't know which one he used. Cool Wizard, Room Rocket, thanks so much for the follows. So yeah, so we need to figure out, because there's a couple of things, right? So I'm guessing that what's happening here is we get back the list of candidates. Hold on. So this is our list of candidates, and then what is this one? Then this looks like they're responding back to us. So my guess is that this is telling the other side. So this is the other side telling us. No. Okay, so this is us telling the other side our list of candidates, right? So same thing. They send us their list of candidates, so we should see it on both sides, right? So here's that vector 9D, right? And then we send it which candidate we're going to use. So this is the initialization vector that's being used for this encryption, right? No. So here's our encrypt message function. Hold on, what's the individual message? So this is 8.6. Yeah. So I think this is us responding back with which candidate we want to use. And this must be like the seed or something for the encryption. So, I mean, we could try to figure out what this is. So, right, so here's the decrypt message. All right, so here's decrypt message, right? So here's our two parameters. One of them is going to be one of these is going to be the vector, one of them is going to be the description, right? Wait a second. Is that all this is? Oh, no, because here's... All right, let's copy this. Okay. Okay. So let's go find decrypt message. Because now I'm curious. This may end up nerd sniping me. Okay, so here's our... This is the entirety of... So from 429 to 455. Okay. Abdella, thanks for the follow. Nerd sniping. Yes, so nerd sniping is when you start talking about something really geeky or interesting, and then the person that you brought that up to can't stop thinking about it, and they feel like compelled to either research it more or to figure it out. So to me, this is like being nerd sniped, because now I'm like, I can figure this out. Okay, so what is this craziness? We're returning back this value. Where's this? Okay, so this is the input. Braden, thanks for the follow. Okay, so here, and then we're calling whatever this function is on it. What function is that? Oh yeah, so this is still going to be kind of a pain. So we're looping over it while it's less than... What value is that? Okay, so this is just like... Okay, so let's just do this. Array equals var I, right? Or I is less than, I don't know. Num, right? Oh, no, that's length. I don't know what that value is, so let's leave that here. Then here we're jumping to, okay? I And DCF is whatever the... And this is A. Okay. New uint array. Uh-oh, hold on. Uh-oh, we gotta back this out. Okay, so we need to, let's substitute in the entire file. D as A. Okay. We're going to do the same thing for this. We're going to call that I. Okay. Bulver's dad, how's it going? Okay. So I don't know what this function is supposed to do. I don't know. What do we want to call this? Is this a number? Okay, so this looks like it's got to be like the initialization vector or something, right? I don't yet know what order these things are coming in. Let's find it. Okay, here we go. So the description is first, then the vector. Okay, okay. So decrypt message. Okay. And then same thing for the candidate and then the vector. Okay, okay. So here, we're gonna call it the same thing. So decrypt message. We're going to call this one, it was always the message first, right? Or I guess description, which is also serves for candidate. Okay. Has anybody here ever reverse engineered anything before? Just out of sheer curiosity. Okay. Ah, I'm hitting keys on the other keyboard. Okay. So here's what's interesting. So we are calling... Wait, what is this doing? I don't understand this syntax. Comma, comma. Is it return? Am I like way out of practice for JavaScript? Because this looks like a function call, right? And then, so it sort of has like this promise here, right? So is description a tuple? Is that what this is? Is it an array? Yeah, see, notice how every time here, this is being assigned a comma-separated list of things. Hold on. Okay, wait a second. So you said comma operator evaluates all of the arguments, right? But return will return the last expression. Var foo equals return A, comma B, comma C, foo equals C. Oh, wait a second. So this is because... Hold on. I guess we need to like walk through all of this, right? Well, so then it would return back whatever the result of this crypto thing is, right? Oh, wait. Okay, so this is one line. So it's setting description equal to this, setting vector equal to the result of that. These are both then being used inside this function call. Okay. Just because of all of the obfuscated stuff in there, I'm like super confused. Okay, right. So this is... We just have to figure out what this function does now, right? So here is where it is. So I guess we can just call this. We're going to substitute this for message. Okay. So the message comes in. We check the, we set I equal to 0 while the I is less than the message length. So we're jumping 2. So we start with 0, then we move to 2, and so on and so forth. And then we're pushing. Okay. So this is we are grabbing the hexadecimal representation of bytes, right? All right. So this is what this is doing, right? Wait, where's our example? Okay, so as an example here, we're just gonna walk through this. So if this is our thing, right? This is effectively splitting this up like this, right? So this is hexadecimal, right? Okay. I reverse engineered how a buggy API call was supposed to work and added my own. Playing along at home, they were using SHA-256 to encode messages to send to other parts of the app, which then decodes it. Yeah, like there's a part of me that thinks this is like probably a waste of time to do. But I also love these types of challenges. Like information security has always been, you know, a hobby of mine too. So I love trying to reverse engineer stuff. Okay, so yeah, so exactly. So what this is doing is it's breaking this up and then we're doing a parse int on it, base 16. So we are now getting the decimal equivalent of this. And then we're returning back a uint array on that. So now I'm curious what this would be, right? So let's try this in the browser, right? So I don't want to name this yet. Give me a console. All right. There we go. There's our function. Undefined. Give me this message. We'll start with a vector. So now we should be able to call this UX. There we go. No. 30F. B11D, right? Why is that not defined? Oh no, UX3F, there we go. All right, so we should be able to pass this in. What does it return? So this, I'm guessing, is the ASCII representations of it. So let's look at the ASCII table. We don't need that anymore. We'll close that. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. We'll move that up. Okay, so we have 157 followed by 38, right? Well, all right, so 157 is what? No, that's not right. Oh yeah, that's true too. It may not be ASCII, but this is sort of us trying to figure out interesting. So if that's the case, then we don't really need you'd think it would break it up for us. So we're already doing that. So what do we have here? So it's doing a parse int on it. And here's base 16, right? So it's assuming that this is base 16 and it's doing the parse int. And that's what we're getting. We're getting back the... Whoa, wait a second. No. Here, yeah. So this is our decimal equivalent of those, right? So that's what I'm just trying to understand what we're getting back in this array, right? So we are definitely taking that string, breaking it up into its 1 byte representation. We are still reverse engineering it. We ran into a thing where they intentionally hid stuff from us, and I was thinking about completely ignoring that and just writing our own signaling protocol, and then I decided it might actually be fun to try to reverse engineer what they're doing. Okay. I haven't done any hacking stuff in a while, so I think I'm kind of nerd sniped on this now. So this looks like it might be the ASCII representation, right? Wait, that can't be right. All right, so yeah, we didn't need to split it up. So this looks like what it might be. I don't know. I mean, this seems like that could be it, right? So let's That could be the initialization vector. So let's try this, right? So we can see here, we give back this like list of candidates. Well, I guess let's look at the code a little bit more. So whatever this is doing is converting it. So let's copy this because now we know what this does. So let's just replace this across the whole file. And what do we want to call this? To ASCII. So in this case, though, I think it is because that's the name of a function. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. I mean, I guess it would depend on how smart the obfuscator was, right? My thought here is that the obfuscator probably is not going to reuse stuff. It would have to be pretty sophisticated compiler to try to track where things are in the logical scope of things. My guess is it's probably just taking symbols and replacing them with some randomly generated other symbol. But I mean, I suppose they could have written a really smart obfuscator that kept track of like logical scoping of things. So this is, what function is this? What is this doing now? All right, so this takes in some value, and we saw that being called here with whatever the password is. I don't know where the password's coming from. Okay. So here's the configuration. So that's all this is basically, this is like the app, right? So, I don't know, let's... Yeah, so let's just... All right. Password equals false. I don't see where we set a password. All right, so here's... Okay, so this is basically... This could be a room. So I'm guessing the password is not set. And I don't know what value this is. So this must be just the result of whatever this is. I guess this is probably just key. Same thing. I'm more interested in the decrypt right now, I think. Yeah, because they're going to send to us the ICE candidates this way, right? All right, what is this parameter? Okay, so this must be our ciphertext? No. Where is this value coming from? Is it the promise coming back from this import key? I did get the Moonlander. It is sitting right here in all of its beauty. Eric Monoset, thanks for the follow. Oh, look at this. You're an Eric with a C and a K. Black Glasses, if you're still here, look at this. The best of both worlds. I'm actually not using this keyboard right now. I should probably swap these, huh? So the keyboard's under me. I don't know. I love the keyboard. I don't love the switches. So I've always went with like MX clears. And so I had never tried blues, the cherry blues. So that's what I ordered it with. Figuring, if I don't like them, I'll just move the clears over from my old keyboard. They're slightly light. They are very clicky. Like I'm sure that we can. They are very clicky. I don't think I'm gonna keep those. Well, I know I'm not gonna keep those, but I have new switches coming. So the new switches are going to be Zelios. So I actually ordered these based on recommendations by Stupak. So I have the 65 gram ones, and then we're going to go from there, depending on whether I want them lighter or heavier. So I don't know when they will be here, but then once they are, I will get this thing. JSnice.org. So we did use, believe it or not, this is actually somewhat deobfuscated. I don't know whether JSnice will do a better job, but this is already like, it's actually much worse than this. So, I mean, we could go into here and see whether JSNice does a better job. But yeah, it's actually significantly worse. There's like this array of keys and things like that. Interesting. So it's not even able to do it. But yeah, we used the deobfuscator to get it to where it's at now. So now it's just slightly kind of understanding, like, I don't know where this key import thing's coming from. So this looks like, I don't fully understand how all of this is working. So this function looks like it's doing something to the password, which I feel like we don't have. And then the result of that is coming in as the key. So somewhere this password must be being set to something like a default or something. And I suppose we could find that, right? Right, so yeah, so right here. So this looks like if we're joining the room, we're generating some sort of hash that is some value. Okay, so this is on join room, but we're not in a room, so the password doesn't matter. Okay, so that would mean on the decrypt message, that would mean this password is probably empty. So let's look at this function. What is this doing? So my guess is that, and I mean, we could run our own instance of all of this and then really be able to step through the code. But so my guess is that this just returns back an empty array for here. Right? Because we don't have a password. So that would return back an empty array, which comes into this function. So it would stand to reason that this would just be an empty array here. And where is this value coming from? Okay, interesting. So whatever this function is, we're also calling it on the ciphertext itself. So what exactly is this function doing? Okay, so let's do this. Oh, right, yeah. Because we're creating a uint array here, which is the length of this. But then we're going through and we're iterating over it, and then we're looking in this array. No. We're setting the value in this array equal to the character code at this particular index. It's funny, like, what they do, too. Well, no, because, I mean, it would stand to reason that... Now, so encrypt message, here's ciphertext. All right, so let's change this. All right, so there's our initialization vector. Okay. So where are you? Where are you coming from? So that's the result of this. And I don't know what import key does. Okay. So this looks like it's the key, right? That's being returned from here. And so this one was what? Tachar array? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one again. That's the encrypt one. I mean, we have to work through both of them anyway, but they don't expose the key, yeah. It's grabbed locally from the machine. Well, the key has to be there somewhere, right? Because it's being negotiated here. Right? So because I'm immediately sent back when I join, right? So this is my side. This is the client side. I request to play. They return back the UUID and, you know, the session ID, stream ID, all of that good stuff. So this is already encrypted, and here's the initialization vector. So we must already have what we need to decrypt this. But all of this is running in the browser though, right? So somewhere. Right, but somewhere in here it has to be negotiated, right? Yeah, there's a byte array of their private keys somewhere that gets inserted into the global scope. But the interesting thing is somewhere in here, the other side would need the public key. The other side needs the public key. Because we're effectively looking at, let me move this down here. We're looking at both sides of the WebSocket, right? So this end sends this off for SDP. We send a request to play. This is them sending their UUID to us. This is us sending our UUID to them, along with this information. So, what do we think that the possibility is that this UUID is used as the key? Well, so the interesting aspect about this is because this side, okay, so how do we want to call this? A and B. We're currently A, right? So we send them an offer. Well, we send them this request to send us an offer. So this side sends a request to play. Then we're responding back with this description, which we have no idea what's inside of it. Wait a second. This must be new. This has to be new, everybody. Because how did I get the information about what would be in here? Remember? Because, like, look. I created all of these types for when we got an SDP and stuff like that. But that's inside of a description. But now it's this encoded string. So this has actually changed since we started doing this. Right, yeah, and so we don't have a password set up. So what I find really, really fascinating is I created these types based on looking through these to begin with. So this candidates, right, I knew that it was an array before. And I created this candidate type. So somewhere along the line, they implemented this. And like, I never saw this vector field before either. So they went through and updated OBS Ninja to do all of this. Somewhere between when we were working on this Wednesday and now, but I also feel like this just happened during this stream because we weren't noticing this before. We clearly saw a raise here. And so this was an update that was pushed while we were on this stream. Sneaky. So now, this only kind of like pushes me harder in the maybe we shouldn't do this. Because we just risk that they keep doing this to us. So it's better, we're better off not doing this. Well, so this, it says it was updated last month. On September 14. So maybe it only recently got deployed? Because September 14th, right? That was obviously, a month ago. But I'm positive if we went and looked at. All right. Guess that would have been this one. right, let's find. Come on. Give me a browser. Yep, see right here. Because even in here, right, we can see the type offer and everything. And we were just looking at this earlier in this same stream. Same thing, candidates. We can see that that is clearly a JavaScript array. Or a JSON array. So, yeah. And I'm pretty positive we were seeing that at the beginning of this stream too. So it got pushed live. But I was gonna say maybe it just hasn't been committed yet, whatever change they made. But no, there is an encryption function here that's doing that. But yeah, that is kind of sad here that this project, I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, it seems like it's more meant as like freeware, right? Because it's not really open source, right? It looks like, you know, we could change the UI to it, but as far as like how the WebRTC stuff works, that's really out of our control, which kind of stinks because like if we wanted to rely on like running our own version of this and there was a bug inside of the actual WebRTC logic, we would never be able to debug it nor be able to fix it. So that's kind of sad. I mean, you know, sad in the sense of like, mad props to Steve for building this and allowing everybody to use it for free. Like that's not what I mean by sad, like that he's doing something wrong, right? Like that's totally his right. It's sad in the sense that like crap, like if I wanted to use this in prod, I wouldn't be able to fix it myself. I would have to, you know, file a bug and like wait for somebody to fix it. All right, so let's see. And then pretend I haven't. So their resource URL has a version and an query, but it doesn't seem to do anything. I downloaded random ones from 50 to the current 108, and they all give the same file. They don't have any server config either. I assume you put it behind Nginx manually. Yeah, so you actually, the server side of things is missing here, right? So let's, I guess let's get a Excalidraw here, right? And we'll talk a little bit about how all this works. Oh, okay, so I already have one here. Okay. No, here. Okay. So the way WebRTC kind of works is there's just this signaling server and WebSockets that we do the communication through. The actual hosting of it doesn't really matter. It's just HTML, right? And JavaScript. So they're not giving us this. So that's sort of what we were trying to reverse engineer, is so that we could communicate with it. But this part of it is not open source. And apparently neither is the part of the client code that they've put on GitHub that communicates over this. That all seems to be closed source, freely available for you to use, but also it requires you to go through their signaling server. So you can't build your own client that uses their signaling server, and you can't use their client with your own signaling server without rewriting all of the WebRTC logic. So that looks like where we're at. So what I think we're probably going to end up doing then is I think that we should probably just build our own project. So now the question becomes, right, like how much of this do we rebuild? We might be able to find somebody else's project as a starting point. I offer RTC.Ninja for those looking for a brand-free experience already, so you can point your domain to OBS Ninja's IP address provided. Okay. This is all turn. I don't see what I'm talking, but yeah, it doesn't seem like their server side is freely available. So, you know, it is what it is. So, I mean, I guess on a future stream, what we could do is start looking into building this, right? And we can kind of like start talking about how to implement it all. But it looks like, you know, and to be fair too, right? So even inside this project, they have this signaling directory. So here's a simple server. So this is in Python, but the folks at Centricular who built this WebRTC example, they have a signaling server here. So we could rewrite this in Rust. So then we'd have the server side and the client side written in. So, I mean, I would assume that we could use this as a starting point, right? Like, unless we have any specific needs that would prevent us from using theirs as a starting point, I don't see why we couldn't just use this. Krishnado, thanks for the follow. So, you know, here we can kind of get a list of peers. It looks like it supports a variety of messages. So, you know, my thoughts are like maybe we create this in Rust. Loveson, thanks for the follow. How do I keep ending up with the keyboard on screen? So yeah, that's my thought. Oh, yours gets here tomorrow? Nice. So I actually already broke mine too. Well, I posit that it was broken when it arrived. Yeah, so it's really, so on the thumb cluster, I don't know whether you have the ability to kind of adjust this screw to change the angle of the thumb cluster. And so mine was pretty well jammed in there, and it didn't really take much torquing to try to loosen it up before it broke. So I'm guessing somebody just torqued it down hard in the factory. I emailed them. They have really good support. So my guess is my concern is like, I would just tell them to send me a new screw. But the screw in there is like really small. So trying to get it out with a tap and die set would probably be fairly difficult. So I don't know. We'll see what they say. I mean, it's not like the keyboard doesn't work, right? I just won't be able to lock the thumb pad up or something, right? Or down, I guess, too. Wouldn't be an option either. Oh, okay. Sweet, sweet. What does this say? Create light server for open source release. Oh, interesting. It encompasses other projects. So I know that this is something that they're using at like the company he works for. Specs, thanks for the follow. So it's quite possible that there's some components of that that they don't want available. Oh, you're talking about like how sturdy the keyboard is? Oh, it's absolutely sturdy. Yeah, I mean, this thing's rock solid. Like I said, the only issue that I had was the screws that are in here are very, very thin, and they're made of like a very, very soft aluminum inside. So they're not meant to be torqued down, right? So I don't know. Somewhere in the factory, somebody torqued it, and all I did was. Now, one thing you do have to be careful of, and this is not why mine broke, but they actually they're threaded opposites. So this one actually, to loosen it, you turn it right, and this one, to loosen it, you turn it left. So this is the normal one, which is why you can tell I broke it on accident. I didn't break it by screwing up the direction. This is the normal side, and the reason for that is just so that when you're applying pressure with your thumb, that the pressure doesn't loosen the screw, right? You want it to effectively tighten it. So, but yeah, I mean, the material of the keyboard itself is great. I don't know whether I'm going to leave these wings up. That actually gives me some wrist pain, and I also might flatten the keyboard because right now it kind of rocks. So if I put a lot of pressure up here, there's nothing that holds this side up. So I'm still playing with it. I might lay the keyboard flat. I don't know. It's quite possible it could just be, you know, if I lifted it up and then brought this thumb cluster down, it'd be in a lot more solid stance. But no, I absolutely love this keyboard. I'm still tweaking it and playing with the setup for it. Maybe by the end of the week I can be using it on stream. I don't know. Maybe at least in QWERTY mode. So, okay. So I guess that answers that question about all of this. I mean, I suppose we could implement our own WebRTC.js to drop into this project and offer it as our own light version. I mean, that'd probably be the best way to like give back, would be to contribute all of our WebRTC front end stuff to the OBS Ninja project, and then whatever we build for a signaling server to open source that, and then basically provide our own WebRTC.js file that you could just drop in as a replacement. We might have to reverse engineer some other stuff as far as like how to, you know, the elements on the page and things like that. Yes, so I actually have this is set up in Dvorak now, even though I haven't swapped the keys yet, but this is set up in Dvorak. And then I have a hotkey that I put it to put it in QWERTY as well. But yeah, we can reconfigure like the whole thing. So this is basically my layout. Top layer is all Dvorak with some slight adjustments. So I have my space here at this thumb tab, and enter, backspace here. And then I have like some hotkeys for my braces that I'll use a lot. I've got some hotkeys for my numpad, so I can just hold this and have a numpad. And then this one's a little weird, but it's basically arrow keys and my mouse. So if I want to control my mouse, I can. Baratsky, are you a Dvorak user? Another option is to use Node for your Rust to run particular function of WebRTC.js. Actually, that's Quinquan. That is not a bad thought process. So I know that Go, you can get an embedded JavaScript runtime, but is there a JavaScript runtime for Rust? V8RS. Not actively maintained. Joy. So, but I mean, this could be an option too, right? We could basically just call out to a JavaScript runtime, get it to decrypt everything and hand us back the raw data, and then we manage that. That's not a bad option. Tried to switch to Colmac, but it seemed too weird in Vim. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I'm not using it right now, is in addition to me I just started trying to use Dvorak. But I know that I'm going to have a lot of figuring out to do to program with it, with symbols. It's not just going to be about speed, but I'm going to start coding for a second and realize I don't have access to a symbol, or I don't know where it's at. And then also I know that I'm going to have to change up my Vim config like crazy, because I know that, right, like Dvorak has, right, so like H is here and J is over here, and then K, and then L's way up here. That's not going to happen. I'm going to have to remap it here, DHTN or HTNS. I'll change my I3 config to do that as well. Yeah. I might actually leave hotkeys for both, so that no matter what mode I'm in, the same keys do it. Baratsky, thanks for the follow. How do you solve problems with things like copy and paste? Okay, so here, that's actually a really, really good question. So you could remap them, which is harder on things like Windows or something, right? But my options for that are, I have a QWERTY layer, right? So you have the ability right now to have toggles for things. So like these here, this will get me to layer 1. This will get me to layer 2. And this is only while I hold it, right? I don't have one for layer 3, but I could put one for layer 3. The other thing you have is the ability to have a toggle that locks you, so until you hit it again. So I could have where I hold a layer and then this becomes control, right? And it becomes QWERTY. And I could do that. So I could just say, hold this button while I do Control C, Control V. That would totally be an option. I currently have on this layer, which either one of these buttons holding it gets me, an individual key for it. So for example, if I had that highlighted and I do this, this is cut, or no, I'm sorry, this is copy, this is paste. Or I could do hold this and this is cut, right? So there's other options for being able to solve that stuff. don't know of any Rust JavaScript VMs that fully implement the ECMA standard, stuff like that. Crypto mod. Oh yeah. Yeah, that is a good point. They're just gonna be able to parse the language. It's not gonna necessarily implement all of the features. I have the same keyboard, got mine a couple weeks ago, love it, awesome. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out a little bit and get used to and comfortable with it, but I am absolutely loving it so far. I suggest to implement your own WebRTC server. I mean, how would it be to implement your own? Yeah, so it's just a signaling server, right? We've kind of already looked at what the message types are, right? We need to be able to send an SDP offer to the other side. We need to be able to receive them. We need to be able to send an answer, and we need to be able to forward ICE candidates. So it's fairly straightforward, and we have a reference implementation, right? Here's this Python version of it right here. I'm not great at Python, but we could totally use this as a reference implementation. It looks like we're managing a dictionary of peers, of sessions, which are bidirectional connections between peers, and then rooms, right? So it doesn't look like it would be terribly hard to implement one of these from scratch, even if we, wanted to leave it in Rust. Or we could just use this Python 1 and call it a day. Because we also already have this whole code base that we're working with here. All of the changes we've been making here are to reverse engineer OBS Ninja. But if we just stash these changes, like this automatically works with that Python signaling server. So from what I can tell, it's not that hard. Been kind of looking at it in Node. Yeah, so I can link you all to this too. GST examples. Oh, where's GitHub? There we go. Okay. So right here is a reference implementation in Python of a signaling server. Moving from QWERTY to Carpalx recently, I left all the hotkeys in Vim i3 terminal, etc. the same. Took a little while to overcome the muscle memory. Yeah, I've heard of people doing that too, where they just leave it the same. They just recognize that H is in a different place or whatnot. That's an option. But I feel like this motion here that I use for movement for both i3 and Vim, I feel like that's going to be really hard to break. Just set up a WebSocket server on top of Node running that. Oh, that's true too. Yeah, Musin, that's actually a very, very good point. Could just run a Node server. I suppose the other thing could do is run a Node server and translate between the two. So basically you could just talk to it using our own API, which translates it to theirs. Oh, I got you. You're talking about actually using it to reverse theirs. Yeah, that's true. And the other option that we could do is, if there's not like a commercial reason why the server can't be open sourced, we could just contact Steve and just ask him for the encryption and decryption logic, right? If the only reason why it's there is because it's including some non-open source libraries or things like that, internal code for his employer or something like that, then there's no reason to hide what the encryption bits are. So we could just like maybe respond to that issue and ask for just the encryption logic. Like, could you just send us those functions? And then we will implement an open source signaling server. All right, what time is it? Like 4:15? Should we raid somebody, or do we want to play with the new keyboard for a few minutes before we call it a day? I have a bunch of GopherCon stuff I have to do this evening. I just got here. I'm liking it so far. I mean, it's going to take me a little bit before it's my daily driver, but I mean, I'm getting a little faster at doing QWERTY on it, but I'm trying not to do QWERTY on it as much as possible to try to trick my brain into, like, when I'm on this keyboard, it's Dvorak, and if I'm on a normal keyboard, it's QWERTY. I hope that helps with the conversion, but it's hard to tell. What's Aaron working on today? Kata. I did that. I find it helpful. I still can't type QWERTY well on this thing because of the linear column. Yeah, so that was my motivation for switching to Dvorak, is getting on this thing with the ortholinear setup on it is already throwing me off so much and slowing me down. I figure I might as well eat it and learn Dvorak at the same time. I might lay this thing flat too. The more that I think about it, I think I might actually go flat with it. We'll see. All right, what say you, everybody? Do we want to hit up Vape Juice Jordan, or do we want to hit my coworker Aaron Schlesinger, who looks like he's doing some stuff on Kata, which is a Kubernetes component? Took me about a month to get comfy with my Kinesis and a month to change layouts. Oof. I hope it takes me less than a month. I really want to get up to speed on this thing faster. All right, +1 Aaron. Perfect. All right, everybody. As always, thank you so much for hanging out. This is a ton of fun, getting to hang out with all of you while we build some awesome stuff. I may stream for a little bit tomorrow. I can't make guarantees. I need to look at my schedule, but possibly tomorrow, but definitely Wednesday from right around 12:30 p.m. Eastern time until now-ish, as well as Thursday. And Tuesdays and Fridays I throw in randomly based on what else I have going on. But again, thanks everybody. Let's show Aaron some love. You went to Colmac. A month to get from 2 to 70 words per minute. Oof. Ouch. Yeah, I need to work on spending the hours and hours of training. I've been doing a little bit of Dvorak, like lesson site stuff at night. And I think I can get about 15 words per minute at Dvorak, depending on whether I have to hit a letter or not that I don't know yet. But yeah, hopefully it won't take me that long. All right, thanks everybody.